Hello again, everyone. How's it going today? Happy Wednesday. We are back for some more Minas Tirith. We have quite a bit of it built already. Let's go ahead and move it back off the screen, for the most part at least. And get started on bag number 29. Gun plus stream? No. Those are for me to build. I like they're really nice to build when I just want to veg out in front of some movies and stuff and don't want to do other things. Howdy, Vacation Avenue. How's it going? Vacation Ave? I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. I don't want to say it wrong, and I may have already done so. Yeah, I have a bunch too. I just completely forgot that there was one there. It was like it's under some other things behind the monitor on a shelf, and I can only see let's see. There we go. I can only see this much of it. Vacation Avenue? Got it. In my FF8 playthrough, you always laugh at me mentioning how they're child soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where, you can be playing along the game, just having a good time, and then suddenly something will hit you like that, and you're like, oh, dang, this game is messed up. There are other games like that, too. Going with the dragon theme, you have a horde. Yeah, mine isn't quite as big as my Lego horde. I like getting all the interesting master grades. That's what I like to build, master grades. They have not been making that many master grades lately, though, which is very disappointing. A lot of stuff on the P-Bandai side. Runs into a Tonberry and FF6 Velt. Oh, hello there. Ooh, Step Mine. Aw, that's always fun. I love those things where it's like, yeah, if you haven't killed too many monsters, then you'll be fine. Oh, look, max damage already. Whoopsie. Two scariest master grades you have are the special coded Epion Endless Waltz and the Unicorn Perfectibility. Yeah, I don't do the coding ones. I got GPO2 coding because that was the only one I could find at the time. I could have since gotten others, but I ended up not being a big fan of the kit overall anyway. And that kind of made me like, I'm okay not getting these coding ones. I'm good. You just love Wing? That's fair. I believe I do have a coding version of Hyakushiki. So. But that one is supposed to be shiny. Howdy, Vibra Bunny. How's it going? You have all variants of the tall geese in a real grade. Nice. I think I have one of the master grades. But I'd also much rather have the other grunts if I was going to get more stuff from Wing. Not a huge fan... Oh, I just realized that is the wrong color there. Not a huge fan of Wing myself. It was my introduction to Gundam. Oh, duh. It is not even a headlight brick. God, I don't know where my brain was right there. Leo's the best grunt suit, change your mind? I mean, all I have to say is Galbaldi Beta. The colors are very similar, yes. Yes, I mean, you know, they're virtually identical, right? You know, virtually identical. Anyone could have made that mistake. Oh, man. My favorite designs from Wing are... I can't remember what the name of it is. It's the one with the hover skirt and also the Magonaut core. Magonaut core because they're all Junya Ishigaki designs. And he is one of my favorite designers. Tragos? It might be that one. I don't remember it. Or Targos? I can never remember that one's name, so... I don't think, like, it never gets a name dropped in the show. You have to look at materials for it. Whereas, you know, Leo is said multiple times. Kind of thing. That's one of the reasons why it has never stuck in my head. And, like, it's almost always is just, like, a background unit anyway. But I remember the first time it was on screen, I was like, that's cool. And then they never did anything with it. But Galbaldi Beta is by far my favorite grunt mecha. Although the Marasai is really nice too. That's up there. That is top 5 for me. And like on top of that, the high grade for the Marasai is one of the best high grades I've ever built. I haven't had a huge number. I've had, you know, a fair number, but it is by far my favorite. It's like I think it's the most flexible one I've ever gotten. Is Camphor a grunt? I would say no. It's a pretty specialized suit. Yeah, it's an ace unit. I mean, even, like, I guess the thing is, like, mass-produced or, you know, like, I guess many of them would be kind of mass-produced. I don't know, it's hard to say. But, like, the Gelgoog starts off as an ace unit, but then gets mass-produced and is the... You know, it would have been the end-of-war frontline unit if the war had lasted a bit longer, kind of thing. So it kind of fits into both categories. Camphor was never put into mass production. Again, well, so I would say, like, the question is whether it would have been. You know, is this a unit that would have been put into mass production if the war had gone longer, kind of thing? If that's the case, then I would probably say it's a grunt unit. Like the Act Zaku and Galbaldi Alpha, both of them, I would say are grunt units because they would have been put into mass production. Or at least that was the idea behind their design, even if they didn't, you know, sometimes like one of those, you know, competition between multiple units kind of thing. Probably not because of its specialty loadout for covert ops. Yeah, that's fair. It is a great design. It is a great design. Okay, over here. Get that there. A little roof here. Yeah, and if it has a loadout for special missions, then that might be the standard loadout. Like, Alex is definitely not a grunt unit. It was intended to be Amuro's unit. In the film, we see it sneak into the colony with all ballistic weapons to prevent breaches. Which is interesting that the Xeon cared about that at that point, but I guess technically it was a neutral colony. There we go. That gets on there. Nope. Where is it? There it is. I love this piece. I love that this piece is still being made. That, and they also didn't want to risk another Side 7 incident. Any channel news for August? Well, it's not quite August. The big news, if you were not aware, is that Zerfall's charity stream will be this weekend. So on Saturday, I will be raiding in from the Spelljammer stream afterwards, after that finishes. And I'll be joining him to help raise money for the MS Society of Canada. And just having a generally good time, playing party games and whatnot. I'm going to try to get my my update recorded, like, the night before, like, when I go to bed. Before I go to bed, and get all that announcement out so that it is there for people in the morning so they can see it. You'll try to raid in after your stream as well? Awesome. When is the Ultima 7 SNES LP coming? Never. Never. And they say never again, but never. I have played it once on stream. I am not playing it again. I'm about 1 billion times more likely to play Ultima 9 than Ultima 7 SNES. Kiko has threatened to do Ultima 7 SNES. Well, someone pointed out on the Discord. Was it you, Clouth? It was? Yeah. So he pointed it out on the Discord that he has that scheduled, so I think that might be more than a threat. The people made him do it. They made him. He had no choice in the matter. No choice whatsoever. See, that's the thing, you know, you gotta not fall for that viewer democracy thing. Don't let the viewers have a choice. Have I ever played the point-and-click adventure in Night of the Rabbit? I have never even heard of it. The people voted all he had to do it. Don't fall for that trap. Viewers can't make you do things. Votes himself as best dragon. Well, when you're the only one on the poll, what's my favorite GM unit? Do you include all the pseudo GMs like Jagan, or is this just ones that are GMs? Just the GMs, so no Jagan, no Javelin, that kind of thing. Let's see. Trying to think on which ones I like. I like a bunch. The GM2 I really like. And GM Command. It would probably be between those two. I actually kind of like the GM3. It's not like the best, but I do appreciate it. Games are still waiting for all to play Ultima 2, 3, and 8. Second Lara Bao game. I don't know why you put an 8 in there. There's no such thing. GM Sniper 2. GM Sniper is pretty cool, yeah. Sniper 2. That's the one with the visor that pops down, right? And the legs that are like the Nemo legs. Yeah, that's a good one. Like, if we were to include GM lights, you know, the other GMs, the non, you know, like Jagan and stuff like that, that would be a lot harder because I like the Jagan, I like the Nemo, and I really like the, is it Heavy Gun? I think it's a Heavy Gun from F91. Your side grade for GMs is the GM Spartan. I don't know that. I know the name. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember what it looks like. The only one that I like that has a lot of extra stuff on it is the GM3. What could be the Daughters? I just named a few. The Gouffre? I don't know that one. You were joking. You say so. Everyone knows Guntank is the best Gundam. Guntank is awesome, though. I will, you know, I will say that. There is nothing better than Guntank in space. Except, no, I'm sorry. There is one thing better than Guntank in space. Howdy, Ayagra. Who knows what that is? No, the ball is a space weapon. It doesn't... No. Not the ball. Public class, I'm talking about... So I'm specifically talking about mobile suits, so the public, the ball are both out. They're both out. You know what? I'm actually blanking on the name. I need to look it up. It is slipping my mind. I say it's the best in space, and then I can't even remember what it is. Hold on. It's like on the tip of my tongue kind of thing. Asks chat trivia question, promptly forgets the answer. Yeah, it's not my most shining moment, shall we say. Sandrock, the least space-built machine in Wing? No, because that's Wing. Everything's kind of spacey in that, you know. The guy, like, there's still variations on the same design. So it's kind of hard to make that, you know, really far from a space design. There we go. Okay, I have reminded. No, that's very spacey. It's a silly thing, but no. What is even better than Gun Tank in space is Kapool in space from Turn A. I love how Turn A turned a goofy aquatic mech into an actually awesome space mech. That's just how great Turn A is. Ares MS in Wing was so worthless that the Leo with a flight pack was a better aerial suit. Howdy, Tazarin. Okay, these tiles with window printing, they are in the I don't know if they were designed for this set and then made for, you know, and used in that, or if they were made for that and used in this, but either way, they are in the Neuschwanstein castle. There's a ton of them in that one. Wodom Pod? No, Kapool. I love the Kapool. I didn't love the Kapool in Double Zeta. Then I saw Turn A, and I'm like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. The 1x2 Lego rocker bearing element normally forms half of a vertical hinge. Here, the functional components of the element provide a great balustrade detail for this tower. So you have to go hunting through your storage unit at some point to hunt through your Lego collection. You have an OG Boba Fett that could be worth like $3-ish grand. Nice. The not the minifig. You mean the his ship, formerly known as Slave One. The minifig? Minifig, that should not be worth that much. Even Mr. Gold isn't worth that much. I mean, if you can get that much for it, all, you know, more power to you. Okay, and then this goes right in there. There we go. I mean, if you can actually get 3,000 for it, then I might consider selling mine. Especially because I should have more than one. Like, I've been considering selling some of my old Lego Star Wars minifigs. But it also takes effort. You gotta, like, dig them out and everything. there any old LPs that you want more people to see? Yes. My LP of War in Middle-earth. Because I told some amazing tales with that. It was a lot of fun. It was one of those games where, as a kid, I could never get anywhere in that game. And then I sat down to play it as I think it was like a Christmas game. I was just like, I'm going to just play this because, as a special LP. And then I beat it in, the first playthrough. And I was like, dang, old me wasn't very good. Watch all of them many times so Ald gets more pennies. Yes, yes. Watch them all many times so I get more pennies. War in Middle-earth was 12 years ago? It was. It was indeed. Howdy, Wolfon. Gandalf ignoring everyone and everything just to stare at a river. And he dies like 3 times and is still in the end credits. I mean, that's Gandalf for you. So with all the Gundam talk, all playing the live-action FMV Gundam game when? I don't even know what game that you're actually talking about. Get all to play the upcoming Gundam game? I have zero interest in that. I saw the trailer and I'm like, eh. I'm not, like, completely opposed to games that aren't UC, but I really want UC stuff. Like, even in terms of non-UC shows, I'm not that interested in them. The really real big exceptions are X and Turn A, and to a lesser extent, G Gundam. But they're also old, so, Wonder if the pennies will become valuable if you hang on to them? Some of them will. If they're uncirculated or almost uncirculated, and you keep them that way, then yes, but also not that much. If there's anything unique about them, Honestly, it's weird how long it took for Gundam to get aired in the US. Well, I mean, they tried for a while. Also, I kind of wish we'd gotten doozy bots. All right, white spare parts, white 1x2 half-cylinder tile, white 1x1 cylinder tile, gray 1x1 tile with round end, white 1x1 tile with round end, and double window printing. Sand green 1x1 peak slope, black friction pin, and gray lightsaber hilt. Okay, so before we do that one, we are getting it. Okay, I thought it was going to go onto this side, but nope, it is going onto this side. Now, I hope those of you who are into Gundam are aware of what Doozy Bots is. There we go. Well, I know you're aware. I think there might be people here who were not here last time I talked about it, so. So we got a nice, nice wall there. It's a lot of work to build that wall up, I must say. All right, bag number 30. So Doozy Bots was an attempt to bring Gundam to the U.S., but it was going to be a new TV show as opposed to just one of the animes dubbed, and it was going to be based on, essentially based on SD Gundam, except all of the machines were individual robots with individual personalities and stuff, and the Gundam ones were going to be like humans who were able to put their spirits, their consciousnesses into the robots, which is why the kid who becomes Guntank, and I think that's not just like, I don't think it was something like a one-way thing. I think they just like did that to fight the enemy, the bad robots. But all we actually got was a trailer, so who knows. But the kid who becomes the Guntank, yeah, he's in a wheelchair. Doozy Bots makes the Lost Cartoon pilot rounds every so often. Yeah, it does. It's a good one. I wish we had gotten it. I don't think it would have been a great introduction to America for Gundam, but I think it would have been something special. And you can take that in any way that you want. Think about that a second. What do you mean? If you were in a wheelchair and you could suddenly have legs, but only for a bit, and then have to return to the chair, how would you feel? It's not like cartoons ever engaged with that anyway. And I certainly applaud the diversity of having a kid in a wheelchair. It's just, of course, it's the kid who has no, who can't walk, who gets the one that is tracked. Like a kid who can walk, perfectly fine. Like no one would blink an eye at that, really. Right, but Little Bunny, it never does in cartoons. That's the thing. And even a little kid in a wheelchair is probably not going to think about it that way. Isn't that a very 90s cartoon tone-deaf representation? Yeah, I would put it that way. I would say yes. Everyone who talks about the pilot just has to bring it up? Okay, well, I have heard maybe a handful of people bring it up. I do not watch other people's videos about these things. So if everyone is bringing it up, it's kind of because it stands out and is kind of egregious. It's kind of a big oof kind of thing. Remember the special episode of Saved by the Bell when Zach had a girlfriend in a wheelchair for one episode? I do not, because I barely watched that show. Okay, I mean... Like, it wouldn't necessarily also bother every person who couldn't walk. Like, everyone reacts to things differently. So it would be entirely possible for a real person to basically not be bothered by it. Is the point that cartoon companies try to make everything goofy? I mean, like, they're, like, I wouldn't say goofy, per se. I don't think they considered the implications to an adult who considers these things. Partly because these are done by adults who didn't consider these things. The pilot of Doozy Bots? I mean, the opponent, the enemy force in Doozy Bots were all, like, Xeon mobile suits. I don't remember robot turkeys. Maybe some of them made noise? It's been a little while since I've seen the trailer, so it is possible. I have just forgotten. Hot take, nobody should have to be Guntank. It's kind of fair, actually. I say that with love because I do love Guntank. And the Muppets. Don't forget the Muppets. I mean, execs are making a product to make money. Without getting into, like, without knowing the people involved and stuff like that, you know, it's hard to say how some of these things came about decision-wise. If only for nostalgia, Peter Cullen and Frank Welker are your favorite VAs. I mean, they're very good. I think some of it is more about, like, tropes, you know? Like, a lot of the shows have the same stock characters. And I don't mean Commedia dell'arte stock characters. Although that would be really interesting. Never seen a single Gundam thing ever. I played maybe like one video game. It was some 1v1 fighter on SNES. Wasn't a fan. Well, I'm just going to say that I love Gundam. And I highly recommend multiple Gundam series. If you're not interested, you're not interested. And that's perfectly fine. You know? Different people have different tastes. It's all fine. If you ever want to try it out, you're welcome to ask me for recommendations. And if you don't want to try it out, it's perfectly fine too. I don't exactly remember how I got into anime, like, specifically. I know some of the things that led to my wider, fandom of anime, but, like, could I say, it was this point here that I knew it? Like, there was probably something that I read that made me realize what anime was. The first thing that I watched that I knew was anime was Project A-ko on Sci-Fi Channel. And I also specifically watched it because it was anime. And I don't know if, like, they had been re-airing... They may have been re-airing Robotech by that point or something. I don't know. This Minas Tirith model features 136 white masonry bricks, more than any other LEGO model to date. I mean, how many things had white masonry bricks by this point? I don't know. Slendercats or Rankin Bass Hobbit count as anime? Technically, no. I've seen a lot of American stuff or European stuff get included in anime, and I really think that, like, it's not just animated in Japan. I think it really has to be created in Japan for the Japanese market. Did see Voltron as well, but you think Speed Racer was first? Yeah, I mean, like, Voltron and Robotech were the first things that I saw that were anime, but I was, 3, 6, something like that. I didn't know it was anime. I just thought they were cool shows. Like, the initial 3 seasons of Transformers, not anime. The later stuff that never came out here in the US, anime. Like... And this is in American English. Like, obviously, the Japanese word anime in Japanese means all animation. All right, a pair of headlight bricks and a 1x2 rail plate. But yeah, it was the Saturday anime on Sci-Fi Channel that made me want to explore anime as a thing further. I don't remember all of the shows that they had that first year. I think it was like 4 or 5 or something like that. Although, like, it may have also been, like, renting some stuff, like Fist of the North Star. But I feel like that came later. It's all kind of a blur. I don't remember exactly when things happen. My friend and I rented Fist of the North Star and hated it. So it was probably not that, actually, now that I think about it, because that probably would have turned us off to it. I think we had to have known that anime was a thing before that. First show you saw that you didn't know was anime was finished dub of Pokemon. First anime that you knew was anime was Naruto. Yeah, I don't know enough about either of those. Those are big in Europe, so I'm not very familiar with them. And I have not seen either of them. I'm not sure, like, where I would... I think that I would say a collaboration, because I think the Little Prince was in that same boat, and I watched that as a child. And I think that may have been same kind of Japanese-French collab. First anime, it was Pokemon Kanto season. I have no idea what any of the seasons are, so... I caught, like, maybe a couple episodes of Pokemon, and that's about it. Alright, spare parts. Come back here. Gray 2L bar with stop, white fork, gray 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud, white 1x1 plate, dark gray 1x1 peak slope, gray 1x1 tile slope, and black 1x1 tile with round end. I don't even think I've heard of Superbook. Oops, that's 32. I want 31. Kanto is OG? Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, I still point out to that, like, Lethal Feline once was shocked when I mentioned that I had never played a Pokemon game. He was like, but it's an RPG. You love RPGs. And I'm like, I was in college when that came out. Some kind of Bible adventure thing? Huh. Well, that would probably be why I'm completely unaware of it. That was probably not aired on any local channels. I don't know that either, Lord Canis. Like, I think the first Pokemon that came out on a system that I owned was in 2003. I mean, obviously games came out earlier than that, but I didn't own any of those systems. How many hams to LP Pokemon? Probably would take money. Hard currency. Cash in my pocket. I don't know. Probably needs to be suggested, like, would you play it for X amount of money? And then I'd be like, I don't know. You can spare 3 hams for a Pokemon LP. Yeah, sorry, it's not going to cut it there. Not going to cut it. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't hate Pokemon by any stretch, but I also don't have any interest in it. You have $30 in your wallet? Yeah, it'd be a little bit more than $30, that's for sure. Ald would be a dragon trainer? I mean, I'm pretty sure I would just be training whatever I found. Playing Neverwinter Nights, EE just got yourself finally a magic longsword, nymph hair cloak, a sash of shimmering, and a large shield +1, all for the low, low price of a few dead ruffians and muggers. You should give those to their loved ones. You kind of want to LP the Animorphs Pokemon knockoff sometime? Well, I say do it. Since I don't have to play, it doesn't matter to me whether it's good or bad. I can encourage other people to suffer. Yeah, it was like enhanced. What's the other word? I can't remember. I may be running on fumes today. And I will probably be running on fumes on Friday too. I have to get up at like 6. So that's going to be fun times. That would be a horrible idea, you say? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I don't know what this game is, but do it. Yes, give in to the suffering. If only it were possible, Bahamut. I am planning to go to bed basically right after the LEGO stream is done. Well, I mean, not like right after. I'll need to take care of a few things, but pretty quick. Gesundheit, Lord Canis. I don't think I've ever seen those words ever in my entire life. It's true, a wool cloak would be a hair cloak. On Saturday, I will be. I'm actually like really like I don't get super duper tired to be perfectly honest. I can go for quite a while. It takes a bit before like my battery gets so low that I need to shut down, so to speak. Yeah, but it's one of consistency, not a rogue AI. I have watched some of Kiko's Pokemon streams, but I mean, did any of it stick with me? No. Do you hear Dragon Quest V battle music in the background? Yeah, probably. It is Dragon Quest. That's what I got playing. Do anyone's streams LPs stick with me? Sure. But you also have to remember my brain remembers data. I remember things that I read a lot better than things that I see. Like, I got into this big argument with one of my nieces because she insisted that video was the best way to learn. And I'm like, it literally is not. It may be for some people, but that doesn't make it the best way, period. Yes, Lord Canis, I do. I do remember data. Where is that bracket? What am I looking for? Gray, light gray. All right. There it is. I had it in the back of my mind. I was wondering if someone was going to comment on that, Lord Canis. But I got into a little argument with a friend of mine about remembering things, D&D things. And I was like, I'm really good at remembering certain types of things. I don't even remember exactly what started it, but he basically challenged my memory on AD&D mechanics. And I recited for him like specific strength bonuses at various scores, at which point he was like, okay, I admit defeat. Alright, lots of tiles up here at the top. Good thing Minas Tirith was made of stone and not Lego. You take that back, sir. Everyone knows it was made of Lego. I mean, look. It is made of Lego. If it was made of Lego, Grond wouldn't have done much. Unless, of course, it was Grond Peak Smasher. Alright, 2L bars there and there. Okay, that goes right up there. Okay, then we get the other side here. All is made of Lego. I want to go back to ancient Greece and argue with Thales a bit against his idea, his atomic idea, in favor of atomic Lego. Everything is made of Lego. I think his was water, but I don't remember for sure. There were a few different ideas back then about what the most important component or whatever it was. Good luck learning ancient Greek. Ah, it's fine. I'm sure I can do it with an immersion program of living there. I'm pretty sure it was named after Grand Peak Smasher, not a rogue AI. Not big on the execution. You like the Doozy Bot's premise of putting a human's consciousness into a robot? Alright, there we go, and this goes right there. So we have a 1x2 brick with 3 windows. It's an Amazon, yeah, Amazon show. Is it Amazon or is it Apple? It's Amazon, right? Superhero show that just recently ended, I think. They're thinking there's a smaller than the Planck length, but both general relativity and quantum mechanics can't agree on what it looks like. That's not surprising. It's true. Not that I don't think that they should be looking into it. That's also like, I can't even comprehend that, so I'm not gonna think about it. That is very much one of those things of okay. I'm not gonna think because brain hurty. Oh, is it actually based on comics? Oh, okay. I thought it was original. I haven't watched it or anything. I don't know. Oh, that Bahamut. That reminds me. So people were talking about a fun fact, and that fun fact is that since Lincoln's assassination, every president has lived during, I think it was Harding's lifetime? I might be misremembering exactly whose lifetime it is, but every president has been alive during Harding's lifetime. With the, since Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. And I told my mother, and she was like, "Why are you telling me this? I don't care. I don't need to know this." She kind of got, like, actually angry about it. And I just lost it. I cracked up. I think it was Harding. I could be misremembering on exactly who it is. Maybe it was Hoover. No, I think it was Harding. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look for sure. But there was a president, and every president since Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, I know Hoover was later. It depends on when they were born, though. Like, I explicitly said that I might be wrong on exactly who it is. Can't be Harding. He died in 1923. Okay. Not J. Edgar Hoover, Herbert Hoover. Different people. I mean, it's also similar to that one thing, you know, that fun fact where there was a point in time when Abraham Lincoln could have sent a fax to a Japanese samurai. It's basically the same kind of thing. Because there's a brief period in time when all these things overlap. Alright, spare parts. White 1x1 tile. Brown 1x1 cylinder tile with top peg are our spare parts. Okay. Probably helps if I turn it around this way. There we go. So get that wall on there like that. Yeah, they were sending photos over the telegraph lines. That's where the phrase wire photo came from. And I believe that was called facsimile. Howdy, Bubba. How's it going? I'm doing pretty well. Just having fun chatting about technology and everything. How's the build so far? It's pretty good. Very, very big. All right, we need a gray 1x1 with side stud there. And a regular 1x1 brick. Kind of surprised that they're not just using a 1x1 Technic brick there. You have to remember to go read about that later. Thanks for the new reading topic. You're welcome. It's always fun learning that some technology that you think is ubiquitous to a certain time period is actually a lot older. Some of us collect an eclectic array of facts. Indeed. Indeed. That's why I love that one fact. It just would be better if I remembered exactly who it was in reference to. Howdy, Shield of Hope. How's it going? Next, you'll tell you someone made a cell phone in the 70s? They may have. I don't know. I know that it's based on technology that's a lot older in some respects. I love this one fact. I don't remember what it is, but it's sure great. I remember the fact. I just have a detail wrong, possibly. It might not even be wrong. Herbert Hoover. There we go. He was one of the H guys. I mean, look. Can you blame me for mixing up one H guy with another? Ugh. He actually died on the day that Kamala Harris was born. So depending on exactly when he died versus when she was born, time-wise, like time of day-wise, it could have still been true today, even if the election had gone the other way. What was even the fact supposed to be? Okay, so Herbert Hoover, every president has been alive during Herbert Hoover's lifetime. In other words, Herbert Hoover overlaps with every single president. Sorry, not every president. Every president since Lincoln was assassinated. So every president after Lincoln was alive at some point during Herbert Hoover's lifetime. Now, it's just interesting to see how things overlap. Shoot. I missed a 1x6 brick here. You blame me for forgetting Harding died in office? Look, the only thing I really remember about Harding is the Teapot Dome. Teapot Dome scandal. American history is not my area of expertise. Still impresses you that Cleopatra was alive in a time closer to Pizza Hut than to the pyramids being built? Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Like knowing just how actually old the pyramids are is kind of mind-blowing. Like if you the Seven Wonders of the World were very much designed to be a travel guide. Like, if you're going to go traveling, these are in these areas, these are the things you must see. That's why they're the Seven Wonders. Only 2 of them are not Greek. And part of that is because, like, if you didn't include them, there'd be a lot of, like, excuse me? What? Right. Every president after Lincoln, every president who was president after Lincoln was assassinated. So Johnson died after Herbert Hoover was born. Oops. Not saying that goes on there. It would include Lincoln, probably, if he hadn't been assassinated. Biblical area Egyptians had archaeologists trying to figure out Egyptian relics. The Mesopotamians had museums dedicated to unearthed artifacts from thousands of their own forbearing civilizations from thousands of years before. Oops, I want the white ones. Almost did that again. Like, it was pretty common for a kind of a foundation element to be buried in like a ziggurat, in the base of a ziggurat, saying, such and such king built this, and 1,000 years later, the Mesopotamians were digging those up and putting them in museums. And this is still in 700 BC kind of thing. All right, gray bracket. There we go. And that goes in right there. Is that a minifigure fork adding microscale detail to the walls of the city? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. There we go. Minifig fork. A window tile, and a sand green tile slope. I mean, basically, people have been fascinated with the past for most of human history, which is pretty cool. Like, it's great to learn about ancient peoples and basically be like, huh, they're not really so different from us today. Yeah, I mean, Dillman was both a legendary place, but also an actual trade partner, so it has to actually be a real place that they could go to. I mean, there's a lot that's changed over thousands of years in terms of music. I think if you took modern music, and I mean, like, since, like, the 40s, even, back to someone in the ancient past and played it for them, they would think it was magic. Let alone taking something like rock music back. I think that would be one of the coolest things to do, though. See what these people thought about something kind of ubiquitous today. Yep, that's how you get that overlap. Practically a newborn. Like how we still worship cats. And have dogs. Like, there's some pretty interesting ancient documents covering things of, like, people being sad for the loss of a pet, dog or cat, people trying to get remedies for things that may have been anxiety or depression. Nothing new under the sun? There's definitely some new stuff under the sun. Like, even things based on old, like that are based on or inspired by, they could still be new. I don't think people would think you're nuts. I do think that there would be, like, it's fine, but it's not very musical kind of thing. It's fun reading medieval literature and people describing knights just suddenly going mad and bolting into the woods. You're sitting here in 2026 like, yeah, that's called PTSD because it's hard to kill people with his bare hands while breathing in the same air as his opponent. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to go very far back to see people not understanding PTSD. You know, I got shell shock, for example, as an early understanding of it existing but not understanding what it is. Well, it's also possible that we're not playing it right, Lil Bunny. There's also an element of, like, you can get used to amateur playing. Like, there was kind of a time when almost everyone was kind of an amateur musician. Like, everyone would play something, because that's how you and your family on the farm or after dinner in a city would get your entertainment. You know, the family would play their instruments together, kind of thing. Or one member of the family would play, or something like that. Some instruments are not made for small venues, that's true. But things like flutes, and much later, you know, fiddles. But thing like panpipes, I mean, that's a pretty easy instrument to make. Yeah, I don't really know how much some of those instruments would cost, and how much of that could be made, you know, at home kind of thing. But some of them, like panpipes. Small stringed instruments and reed or wood pipes are pretty easy. Okay, I don't know enough about small stringed instruments to know for sure, but I know that small flute type, you know, reed type instruments are pretty easy to make. And there are other things too. Over here, willow flute used to be a popular instrument to teach kids how to make. Because it was so simple? Yeah. That would be the kind of thing you'd play with your family and stuff like that. I mean, the early period of classical music, one of the big ways that you know, they make the money, when for the composers would make money, is by selling the sheet music. So most people knew these, you know, compositions based on, you know, playing it at home and stuff like that. There we go. And 1x6 tiles. Come on, get on. There we go. Hurdy-gurdy is fun. There we go. Do I think I'd have learned to play something in those olden days? I mean, probably, but I wouldn't be very good. I know where my talents lie, and it ain't music. Freestyle rapping dragon. Sure, I mean, and there's also games and stuff like that. It's just that, like, family music, or at least one member of the family playing some music, would be a pretty common form of home entertainment, is what I'm getting at. Like, the past wouldn't have been musicless or restricted to when a traveling musician or other kind of, like, professional comes by or something like that. Okay, spare parts. We've got 1x1 tile slopes in white, tan, and sand green. 1x1 round end tile with window print in white. A black Technic pin, friction pin, a red bushing, and a white 1x1 cylinder plate with a bar. There we go. All right. Let's get this one on here. Wait, nope, it's going over here. There we go. There's a 1x1 tile down there that it was getting stuck on because it needs to be on the other side of it. Joke doesn't translate it into English, but if anyone asks what instrument you would play, you like to say your mouth because suita, suta, I probably mispronounced that, literally translates into playing one's mouth, but actually means running one's mouth. Idioms are fun. Idioms are a lot of fun. Like, the word siege comes from the word for sit. Basically, it just means to sit at the castle. You know, sit around the castle and because you're basically, like, the main part of a siege is waiting for them to get sick, starve, get desperate for other things so they give up, kind of thing. I was close enough. Oh, that's good. I mean, obviously with an American accent, obviously. We pronounce vowels differently than continental Europeans usually. All doesn't have the minimum intelligence, wisdom, charisma, strength of 15, dex of 17 to be a first edition bard. No, I don't. I mean, obviously my intelligence, wisdom, and charisma are all at 18, but my strength, not so much. Soda. Root beer. Speaking of sieges, any interest in the Mount and Blade games? Vaguely, but also, like, I don't know that I'd be very good at that style of game, so I haven't really looked, you know, like, tried them out. I don't know, 18... I mean, it's not about knowing the languages, it's about learning them. Why learn other languages when you know English? Mountain Blade is a name you keep hearing from time to time, but you've never actually seen or played it. It looks pretty fun, but I also think that I'd be bad at it, so, you know. Yeah, more action-focused than I prefer. My reflexes and that kind of thing are not the best. There is a reason I prefer RPGs. Because most of them, or at least the types that I got into when I was young, encourage you to think and plan and strategize. But I mean, like, it's not a... I'm not saying no to them. No, Gildatongue. I don't get that angry. Luckily. And, like, the thing is that I'm pretty sure with those games, you can struggle through if you're not good at the timing. The timing kind of mini-game for the combat. The FF6 for mod for Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I mean, like, I would rather have a new game rather than a game that I already know in a different mode kind of thing. That's not so much my cup of tea. Like, I've been enjoying Dragon Quest VII, but at the same time, like, there's an element, like the Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, I should say. But at the same time, I have the original. The original is still good. I would have rather they had given us a new game of, you know, a new Dragon Quest game in that engine. Same thing with the Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, the HD 2D. Again, they're fun. I enjoyed my time with them. I still would have rather had something new. The FFT remake is on the agenda eventually. Dragon Quest 13? I mean, like, the thing is like, they now have two good engines to make new things with. Are they going to make new things with them? That is the question. Like, Dragon Quest Builders 1 and 2, new things. Like, both of those were new. You're doing things in those games that you hadn't done before. That was one of the reasons they were so good. I mean, yeah, they're based on the Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and that's okay. And the same goes for the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, you know? They're good, but I have the originals, and for the most part, they work fine. Or I prefer the originals to the Pixel remasters. Yeah, like they have with Pixel Remaster and HD 2D, they could make new NES, SNES style RPGs for Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest with brand new stories. They've got a ton of assets already. I mean, both games, you know, series reuse monsters and stuff pretty regularly. I don't understand, like, I understand wanting to make new, you know, like, remake old games, bring them to audiences who hadn't, you know, perhaps hadn't played them, or, you know, having audiences who did play them get to play them again in a way that they haven't played, kind of thing. But at the same time, a brand new game would be better. Like, that is what I want the most. Yoshi had the Dawn of Souls for FF1 and 2. I mean, you can just emulate those. Brand new game? Nah, just you about to play Xenoblade 2 again for the 6th time tomorrow. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I've replayed lots of games. I mean, I'm currently thinking, you know, I should probably replay some gold box games. Switch 2 upgrade. Yeah, see, I haven't played Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and have they announced an upgrade for that, for the Switch 2? In a few months? Yeah, so now I'm kind of like, maybe I should get that. Get a Switch 2, get that. I don't know. Someone did leave a comment that Namco had removed Xenosaga from their list of games or something like that, so I guess it was like people were talking about getting remakes or something. I don't know. I doubt it. I haven't looked into it at all. It was just a comment I got. Xenogears 2 when? Ald goes hunting for fan-made unlimited adventure requests. I had considered that, but I don't know that, like, without playing them for the, through first, I might get some real duds kind of thing. And I don't know if I want to risk that. Also, hello, everyone. Good evening. And no, I don't think they would make mainline games in those engines, but, like, you could make Gaidens. You know? We had, Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, they were different games renamed, but the point being is that we had Final Fantasy, insert word to set it apart from mainline, then number. We could have Final Fantasy Pixel 1. Kind of thing, you know? Like, some of this is coming from my love of the gold box games, where basically you had an engine and they just kept churning out games for that engine, using that engine. And now, not everyone is going to appreciate that. You know, some people might be like, they're not different enough, they're not new enough, or something like that. I didn't care. It was more fun stuff to play for me. That's why I did appreciate Unlimited Adventures for a while. I mean, I appreciated it for more than a while, but like, it was a very cool thing because it meant you could play even more of what you loved. FF7R is still a sore spot for you. You went into it, the first one, expecting to be disappointed, but not that much. You absolutely hated it. I get it. I liked everything except for the combat, and I've come around a little bit on the combat. It's fun when it's not being mean, is basically my view. Oops. But I love the characterization is by far my favorite part about FF7R. The characters are just, to me, so much fun in that game, in a way that the original was not. I did not get into the characters. I didn't get very far in it, and I might feel better playing it today. But yeah, like DJ Birdman, Barrett is one of my favorite characters in FF7R, and one of the most annoying characters in the original FF7 to me. But if I play FF7 now, I'm going to have FF7R on the brain, so I'm going to be bringing that to, me playing it. I'm going to have that in my head, so I'm not going to be as annoyed by him, that's for sure. But I also understand it not being for you, so... Weren't the Gold Box games criticized even back in the day for being sort of like mass-produced? They may have been. I didn't read many reviews. And I wouldn't have given a crap. I would have been like... No, actually, that's what makes them good. I like this. I mean, I am of the opinion that if you have an engine that works well, then you make games using that engine. I don't understand this kind of idea of... all right, got a game, we're going to make an engine for a game, and then that engine is dead to us. That doesn't make sense. It's one of the reasons why I'm still kind of salty about not getting the Worlds of Ultima for using the FF7 engine. Ultima 7 engine, I'm sorry. Not FF7. Dead like Elder Scrolls 6, I don't pay attention. Sorry, I don't know. I just mean, like, so, like, again, I think to the Gold Box games. You have a whole bunch of games. They made some tweaks to the engine over the time and stuff like that. And, of course, like, there was a big revamp of the engine for Dark Queen of Krynn and Unlimited Adventures. It's much harder to make new engines without spending a lot of development time. Well, that's the thing, is like you've got an engine. It's like you've got the framework. You just need to put on artwork and story, and boom, sell it again. All right, so spare parts, white 1x1 tile, white 1x1 tile slope. Those are extras. Like, give me new stories in the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster engines. Give me new stories in the Dragon Quest HD 2D engines. In the Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined engine. That'd be wonderful. Alright, bag 34. I will not bow to this ranger from the north, last of a ragged house, long bereft of lordship, Denethor. Why do the G's look weird there? And the P's. I mean, like, a mod, I don't, I have a bit of a thing where, like, for me, there is a difference between the professional and the amateur kind of thing. It's one of the reasons why I don't have any real interest in the LEGO Bricklink Designer Program. I don't know. It's a weird thing that I have. Amateurs have to have a chance. Yeah, no, I mean, and that's fine, but like, I'm substantially less interested in playing, like, let's say they made a Unlimited Adventures style game, engine for the Pixel remasters or something, where you've got all these assets, you make your own story, blah, blah, blah. An RPG Maker type thing. I'm a lot less interested in that than I would be if the company makes it themselves. And I'm not saying don't do that or anything like that. It's just a personal thing. I am personally less interested in that. Oh yeah, I suppose I should make the actual minifig. That is for this step. Let's see. There we go. Now, we have not gotten this in dark gray, I don't think. It is normally female hair. It would be great for people to make that. I just don't have much interest in playing those myself. Same thing with, like, RPG Maker games in general. I don't know. It just feels not really up my alley. There you go. He gets over there with all the other minifigs off camera. I mean, I've wanted to do it myself, too. Like, I mean, I had a lot of fun never finishing, but trying to make games with Unlimited Adventures. But for a game that I spend my time on today, it is less, it's of less interest to me to try out someone's kind of homemade game. Howdy, had a moment of deja vu, just finished that build yesterday? Nice. How's it going? I think we're over halfway through at this point. But I tried Ultima. I mean, that was an actual published game. And Ultima 1 is pretty rough. I mainly played it to see what, like, because I had played the first one. I had no real interest in playing the first one again. But then I, got the FM Towns emulator working, and I was like, you know what? Let me see what it's like. Let me experience it in a different way. And it was interesting. Moving on to lighting it at this point. Nice. I do wish LEGO had done lighting kits themselves. There we go. Black 1x2, another 2x4. Yeah, I love double stacking plates. Ultima 1 is fantastic, even on DOS, but the FM Towns version is very interesting. Official enhanced version just for Japan. Yeah. But, I mean, like, I cannot say that it's fantastic myself. It is definitely interesting. I think Ultima 3 is the first one where it actually gets more than interesting. They're both very rough. 1 and 2 are very rough around the edges, I think. It'll be interesting to see all try to wire up a model. There are actual kits, like third-party kits for a lot of the wiring stuff these days. And since it's not like a full set, I'm more in, like, I would be more interested in that, although I don't keep too many things together for that long. Two's time portal mechanic feels like it's a lot of padding with not a lot of payoff. Yeah. I haven't played very much of that one, to be honest. Question you have is, when will all play those old CRPGs again? I don't know. I mean, part of it is I have to be interested in playing them. And a lot of old CRPGs are kind of rough around the edges in ways that I don't know if I want to put my time into these days. You only played Ultima 3 briefly on NES? Yeah, that's most of my experience, too. I did get, like, at one point, like, there was like, this big blister pack with 6 CDs of various games and series, and I got it entirely because it had Ultima 1 through 6 on it. On a whole CD. Didn't really need that much, but, I don't even remember what the other games were at this point, but I got it entirely for that, for Ultima 1 through 6. And it was 4, 5, and 6 that I played the most of those, and even of those, it was 6. Let's move these over here. Like, August is going to see the start of a new Patron's Choice thing on Patreon. So if there are old CRPGs that you want to see made, or played, that is the best way to do it. Like, I've played most of the CRPGs that I know pretty well, kind of thing. So I'd be getting into games that I don't know very well, and I'm always a little bit nervous about playing games that I don't know very well, just because they it can be very hit or miss. This magnificent throne has awaited its rightful king for nearly 1,000 years. So there we go. It's a very kind of boring throne, honestly. Main computer doesn't have a disk drive, and yet you feel compelled to keep hold of the PC Gamer demo disc with the full versions of classic games, and what was supposed to be the big selling point, Daikatana, but didn't go well. Yeah. I mean, you can always get an external drive as well, you know? I mean, Bahamut, I kind of hate Fusoya more than Tella, honestly. By the time you get him, I feel like the limitations of Tella, I don't need that in a new party member, but kind of proportionally worse. All right, there we go. And that goes right here. So we have Denethor's throne down there. And this fits in right there. Accidentally bumped that. There we go. So we have the throne room. There, a Lego cherry element is used to represent a tomato, a favored delicacy of Denethor. Do I have an iPad or tablet available? I have an iPad, just not like I'd have to go to another room to get it. Why? Weird that Middle-earth has New World vegetables. I know, it's almost like it's a fantasy world not actually set in any real place, which is why a certain actor and filmmaker's complaints are so completely and utterly ridiculous. If you know what I mean. Oh, this is fun. Alright, so gold 1x1 cylinder plates on the underside, and the table legs, rather than using what I kind of expected them to do, the table legs are actually made with goblets. All just super, super subtle. I know, right? Well, him too, but I was thinking more of someone else. Andy Serkis. Streaming from a Mac or PC? PC. Really, Denethor, the good goblets? I know! Using good goblets for table legs? Ah, it's terrible. And, see? He uses the crappy one, silver, on the table. Can you believe it? You didn't get that? Well, I mean, it helps to, you know, like, know about that, like, controversy, I guess. You know, if you're involved in the people talking about that. All right. So, actually, that is just one cherry. Okay. And that goes right there. Doesn't even have the cherry close to him. Some delicious-looking Lego pieces. I know. I love the cherries. They're also, I feel like they should be really fragile. Anyway, spare parts. Red cherry, a tan 1x1 tile, and a gold 1x1 cylinder plate as spare parts. I don't know if the tomato was in the book. I don't remember that. It's been a while since I read. But I really do feel like they wanted the tomato because the tomatoes are really juicy foods. You know, if you bite into a tomato, liquid gets everywhere, and I'm pretty sure that's why they went for that. You're going to suggest a way for me to take advantage of the full 3D instructions for building, but it's less simple on PCs? Yeah. It's just easier to have the PDF version. I mean, if I was going to actually build this, I would, and not use, like, the PDF versions or something like that, I would just use the paper instructions and stuff like that. All right, so we are done with the second booklet, and we still have bags for the second box. It wasn't the director wanted tomatoes for effect? Yeah, that's what I kind of figured because of how juicy they are. It really is gross to see someone just bite into them like that. All right. Booklet 3, The Court of the Fountain. As the story nears its end, enter the Court of the Fountain, where every stone carries the weight of Gondor's history. Within this 7th level, seats of power have commanded the fate of kingdoms. At the highest level in the Citadel of Minas Tirith TM, grows the White Tree of Gondor TM. As at the Court of the Fountain, you can almost hear the trickling water next to the White Tree, awaiting the arrival of Gondor's true king. With Aragorn TM and Arwen TM minifigures, the courtyard sets the stage for tales of hope and renewal. And the journey doesn't end here. You can return anytime. I specifically do the TM because I kind of hate that all of these are trademarked. Like, they're all copyrighted in the original text. I kind of resent someone else trademarking them. Oh, disgusting Bahamut. Gondor TM, or the White Tree of Gondor TM. Well, so White Tree is capitalized, so I would think that would be, and, well, that's Gondor's, so I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. It would help if either French or Spanish had the White Tree part after Gondor, because that would let me know. Patent pending. Ugh, I have already been patented. I don't want to be in a battle, but waiting on the edge of one I can't escape is even worse. Pippin. Okay, hold on. I need to open up the first booklet again because I feel like the G's and P's are different. And it's bugging me. Alright, let's see. I need to find some text. Where is some text? Like, they feel like they're almost from a different font or something, and it's just bugging me. No, okay, that was what they were using there. Alright. I just didn't notice it the first time. There is Gondor TM, though. Okay. Nope, we're not there yet. Alright. Bag number 35. Come on out. There we go. So far, this Minas Tirith build has been a lot about waiting for the true king. I know, weird, huh? Almost as if that's kind of part of the book. But that would be silly. We'll need that. Set these aside. Like, if I really wanted the 3D build instructions, I could probably get something that either emulates iOS or captures from iOS screens. But there's a book. Shocking, I know, right? Yep, there's some blue. A little bit of blue, also bright green. Oh, there is a new LEGO Ideas challenge for a Paradisa build, and I'm going to try to make something. I've been trying to think of what I want to make, and haven't really come up with something yet. But I'm working on it. Okay, we want the short one. There we go. All right, shorty cape. Back your head. I'll go with the happy Pippin face. Just don't add a keg of beer. I will not. Make it a seaside cat cafe. But cats don't like water that much. Alright, so here is Pippin. Let's go ahead and zoom in on him. A little bit of printing on the back torso. He has the White Tree of Gondor on his torso. There we go. And he goes with the other minifigs off camera because this build is too large. Next time I will build something smaller. I say, and then I don't build something smaller. Great eyebrows, yeah. No, but I do have some big things still to build, but I definitely do want to get something smaller that actually fits on on screen. There we go. Next time, Ald builds the Death Star. Well, luckily I don't have one of those. I have very little Star Wars stuff. Yeah. I have some of the MIDI scale ships, and those would be kind of fun. I don't know if they'd be like I think I have 2 right now. And I think that they would be, like, a little bit more, like, to build both of them might be a little bit more than 2 streams, or 1 stream, but not quite, like, but they're definitely not enough for 1 stream, so, yeah. All on the fence on how I do those. Then again, I could also just go long. That's always a possibility. And I think that we are on schedule to finish this next Wednesday. Next Wednesday might go long if that looks like that's not going to be the case. Oops. That goes there. Because I do have something that I want to build a week from Friday. So I'm hoping this finishes up for Wednesday. Oh, actually, these go this way. Four by 4 quarter cylinder plate and a 1 by 4 round end plate. There we go. Okay, flip it over. Where's the 2x2 angle plate? There it is. Okay, flip it over again. And wedge plates. When it's finished, where am I going to keep it? I have no idea yet. That is a problem for future me. I will be honest, I will probably not keep it together for very long. There's that wedge plate. I really do. That would be very useful. Build shelves in my portable holes and everything like that. It kind of is going to depend on how tall it is, too, on where I can keep it. There we go. And a blue hinge. Future you hates the present you for leaving that problem to them to deal with. Not hate, but definitely there's definitely some resentment, shall we say. A new nightstand. Wait a second. Oops, that goes. There we go. All right, I have to get that off. There we go. Since Alda disguised a bag of holding to keep his holes in. No? Like, you could just keep your portable holes set up in a secure environment. Like, you know, just because they're portable doesn't mean that you have to make it portable. I learned that from computers. Both laptops and the old Apple IIc. It was portable because it had a handle. Okay. Not ethereal, astral. I don't exactly know why. I mean, I might be able to figure it out if I really thought about it, but that stuff opens up, dumps out onto the astral. You're just going to try to trick me into losing my Lego? I know that. I know what you were trying to do. I understand exactly what you were trying to do. And I was explaining to you why I wouldn't fall for it. Because I'd be like, I don't need to put anything. I don't need to put these portal holes into a bag of any sort. I don't think I've gotten any of these 2x2 angle tiles yet. Yeah, same plane as Leoman's secret chest. They work the same way. I just don't know the reasoning behind it. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with it. I guess the idea is that those things touch the astral, not the ethereal, because they're extra-dimensional as opposed to demi-planes. So everyone knows about the portable hole and a bag of holding portal to hell, but does it do the same thing trying to put a portable hole into a portable hole or a bag of holding into a bag of holding? Yes. Any extra-dimensional space placed into any other extra-dimensional space, and that includes those created by spells, like Deep Pockets, is a one-way trip, at least for your stuff, to the astral plane. It's no bueno. And good luck getting that stuff back. It might be eaten like a certain character was. Yeah, it's not just an interaction between those particular items. It is an interaction between categories. And I hate the idea of the portable hole bag of holding arrow. I really hate that. I think that is incredibly stupid and gimmicky and an incredible waste of magical power. As well, same thing with the fire trap arrows. I hate those. They feel gimmicky. Okay, so if you made a ship extra-dimensional, like a bag of holding would act like that if you brought a bag of holding into the ship. Well, you wouldn't be able to make the ship extra-dimensional, but you could have a door that leads to an extra-dimensional space. And there are holds of holding that are extra-dimensional spaces that work that way. Have I been hit by the spam bots recently? Not very many. I mean, I don't have many. I'm not a very big channel. If it becomes a problem, I would do something like that, but... And, like, some of the other uses for things like that to prevent, like, hostile raids kind of thing, don't usually target white cis males. You get 2 spam bots every stream, and you're definitely a smaller streamer than I am? I don't know. Maybe it's what I'm doing. I mean, I do a lot of Lego, but I don't get many on my either the Spelljammer, like this. I don't get many on either the Spelljammer stream or the Dragon Quest stream. It might have something to do with like age of the channel as well. Like maybe they think that an older channel is more, I don't know. Like they may not know, like check active, like how active a channel is. Maybe they look at the age and are just like, it's old, it's probably not active or something. I don't know. They seem to scan without counting viewers. I don't know. I don't think I got any during Dragon Quest stream. And there was, like, I had 1 or 2 recently, over the past 2 weeks maybe. But that's about it. So, I don't know. I might also just be lucky. You have 1 to 3 viewers on average, basically a couple friends that keep watching. Been on Twitch since 2015? No? I don't know. Luck is most definitely not my dump stat, though, so there is that. Okay. Oh, I missed that tile there. Okay, so... Wait a second, I missed a 1x1 plate. No, I didn't. That is not... Okay, so that's not actually resting on anything there. They're resting on these two, and clipping in here. There we go. Okay, more bricks here. I don't know, it's really hard to build up followings these days unless you just happen to be lucky and something gets sucked up into the algorithm, honestly. I've been on Twitch since at least 2013. I did take a break for a while, tried some other services, but I've been on YouTube making videos since 2011, so not very big. Alright. Let's see. Spare parts, 1x1 plates in white, tan, and gray. A white teacup, and a silver gladius. There we go. Bag number 36. Alright, we'll definitely finish off the bags from this box, the second box, which is what? Is it 39 or is it 40? 39. Okay, so we'll go through bag 39 for tonight. Moobot may be taking sufficient care of me. I'm pretty sure I have it all set to let me see what's happening, so... It's probably just luck. Alright. And there is Moobot reminding everyone about the current bits goal for the Neuschwanstein Castle. There we go. We got some nice aqua 2x2 bricks. Yeah, I mean, I would guess that there is some topic element to it, but there might be more to it too. So I don't know. That is some large pickles there, Gildatongue. Thank you very much for gigantifying those pickles. As evil as it is. Still surprised I have stayed mostly out of the larger builder community. Stream is very nicely done. Glad you found me earlier. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, part of it is like I tend to want to like raid to people that I know rather than like pick randomly because I've had some bad luck with that. Not like in terms of inappropriate streams, but just more along the lines of like stuff that wasn't very interesting. Like I got like a replay once kind of thing, and there was no talking. Like, one of the things I like to stream for is just, you know, the viewer engagement, you know, talking to people, talking about random stuff. I mean, we're talking about music and history and Gundam and stuff like that just tonight. Dancing dinos for pickles? I can't believe you continue to curse them that way. It's so mean of you. One day they will get their revenge, Bahamut. There is our curved tile there, or slope. Fossils cannot have revenge all, they're just fancy rocks. Yes, but also birds or dinosaurs. I'm just saying, like, he might be, oops, that is not what I want. He might be getting the wrath of birds one of these days, you know? They never will. You have been enchanted, they have been enchanted to never attack you. I don't know. I don't know. Aerodactyl used ancient power. I read about some, like, lineages of birds that were completely extinct. That was kind of interesting. Howdy, Duke Darkwood. How's it going? Maybe dragons are birds? They aren't, though. Like, dragons aren't tetrapods. Ald would like more terror birds. I think terror birds would be awesome. Just not near me. I would love to see some terror birds in a zoo. Is this my first time in Minas Tirith? Well, it's the 4th session, so... not exactly. Hot take, chocobos would be terror birds. Well, it depends on what they eat. You're going to have to do as you're told, Peregrine Took, ridiculous hobbit, guard of the Citadel, Gandalf TM. What about a terror bird as a pet? I don't think that would go so hot. Alright, so that is... Oops, if I have it turned around the right way. That is right there. Alright. Emus are terror birds? No. The closest living relative of Phoros Racus is the secretary bird, I believe. I think that's what it's called. Did you hear terror and chocobos? Immediate PTSD flashbacks to Final Fantasy Tactics Red Chocobos pelting you with comets. Yeah, they're pretty nasty. They're pretty nasty. I remember the first time, I vaguely remember the first time encountering them and being shocked. Secretary birds are cool, they stop snakes. Yeah, they are definitely nasty to their prey. Joke only makes sense to Lord of the Rings Online players. Talk to any guard in Minas Tirith. One of their 3 or 4 lines is this your first time in Minas Tirith? Shame you couldn't see it in better days. Yeah, I have not played that. With their beaks, chocobos would likely be carnivores unless they ate very large nuts. I mean, they might. Maybe they need those large beaks to rip bark off trees. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, secretary birds are the closest living relatives to the lineage that had the various terror birds in them. I think they died out when the land bridge between North America and South America formed. Chocobos do dig for Geisel greens, and considering they are roots, there you go. Actually, that would be a good explanation there. Roots could be green. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can get green carrots. Howdy, Robljacks. How's it going? Need to resolve the issue of dragons with versus without memories. They cannot have memories. I know that some Dragonborn artwork has them with memories, and I feel like that is entirely because it is marketing to young men gamers. Actually, Bahamut, I don't think that the mammals that lay eggs actually have memories. They kind of sweat the milk out. Loki is here to say hello and also to claim he has never been fed in his entire life. I can't believe you starve your pets like that, Wolfon. Jeez. It's terrible. Ugh. Yeah, that's what I thought. They're kind of interesting. You gotta feed those kitties, Wolfon. Don't slap yourself too hard, Duke Darkwood. And Robblejack's on a watch stream. Nice. Also, Dragonborn with Memories, you feel like it's marketed towards a certain community that is associated with the internet circa 2000s? I mean, I think it's just like, you've not seen any official Dragonborn art with boobs? It's out there. It is out there. I think it's from 4E, but I'm not positive. Geisel greens are mostly root, but they are leafy root-like carrots. Yeah. No, there is official. There is official. It is very odd. I see the topic come up quite often when Dragonborn come up. What isn't out there? Well, right, but there's a difference between, like, artwork aimed at perverts and artwork that is nominally not aimed at perverts. Not that there's anything wrong with being a pervert. But also Dragonborn are apparently mammalian in reproduction. I think it depends on, like, what you're reading. Like, I think it kind of depends on, like, what the particular author or something like that. I don't know. I still play 2nd edition, so Dragonborn aren't a thing for me. I'm mostly getting this through other conversations and things like that. They can't decide if Dragonborn are half dragon, half humanoid, or mostly draconic. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. Tui does have half-dragons, but half-dragons are pretty different than Dragonborn. You completed Series 29? Nice, congratulations. Have you seen the pictures of the Shrek series coming out next? That's true. That is true, Rovaljax, which is why it's perfectly okay. Maybe I should have said it, certain types of perverts. Embrace the healthy side of it. Because if it ain't hurting anyone, who cares? Dragonborn feels like someone played a lot of Dragonlance and said, I'd really like to play a Draconian. Well, that has happened, Gilded Tongue. Before Dragonborn were a thing, that happened. I mean, I made good Dragonborn when I was a kid. I mean, not Dragonborn, Draconians. And then I, wasn't a 12-year-old anymore. Actually, I probably would have been like 14, but... Yeah, but I think that 5e Draconians do use the Dragonborn stats or something like that. It's like this is this world's Dragonborn or something like that. I don't know. I haven't read that stuff, but think you're going to mostly give it a pass, but you want Puss and Merlin. Yeah, I'm gonna get like a full set just for completionist's sake because I'm like that. And then just get extras of some of the other ones that I think are interesting. They got their own stats as of Fizzbands? Okay. Maybe they were considering it, or I don't know. Well, Lil Bunny, that would take a lot of getting into. To a certain extent, it's like just, you know, this is this setting's draconic humanoids. This is this other setting's draconic humanoids. But here you go. Okay, draconians. You take a single dragon egg, you do a ritual, and you get some number of draconians out of them by infusing them with the souls of. I think the official is Abishai. I think that's the official thing, which is a type of Beta Zoo. It's one of the weaker Beta Zoo. Half dragons are what you get when a dragon takes a humanoid form, specifically a natural method of taking a humanoid form. Just casting a polymorph spell doesn't work. And has a kid with a human, usually woman. Or demi-human. Just because it would require the dragon to stay in the mammalian form for, in the humanoid form for a significant amount of time. That's why they're usually, it's usually a male dragon with a female humanoid. Dragonborn are something else, and I don't, like, I think that the origins of them have changed multiple times depending on the edition and stuff like that. So, originally they only did it with the good dragon eggs. They're the metallic dragon eggs. Later material had good draconians, like basically. They tried the ritual with evil dragon eggs, chromatic dragon eggs, and it produced good draconians. Which is weird if they're inhabited by Abishai spirits. But one of the reasons why I don't like that, and like, again, that's an idea I had when I was a kid. But I specifically call it out as being a child idea. One of the reasons why you don't want to try it, and why I don't think that they should have even put that in officially, is that these are their allies. Why would they do this to their allies? Let's see. From this balcony, Gandalf TM and Pippin see the city of Osgiliath and the fires of Mordor TM. This is the balcony. It's almost 5 a.m. You're going to head off? All right. Have a good rest of your night, Wolfond. Thank you very much. Yeah, they're there, and I don't know. Again, I do specifically call that out as an idea I had when I was a kid. But again, it's an idea that a kid is like, wow, this is cool. If a kid thinks it's, I mean, not, kids can think that cool things are cool too, but there's kind of an element of that's a pretty childlike version of thinking something is cool. Also, it doesn't make any sense. I didn't care when I was a kid whether it made sense because I was a kid. I mean, Lord Canis. I don't know. Yeah, so Draconians are from Dragonlance, and there are 3 Dragonlance computer games. Gold box games, and yeah, Draconians are in those pretty significantly. And there are sections where you see them making them. Those weren't just technically Draconians, those were Draconians. The Boz, Syvac, Aurak, Bozak, and Kopek? I can't remember exactly what the copper ones are called. So, it's just, I don't know. Thought kobolds were hyenas? No. Kobolds in 1st and 2nd edition were scaly goblinoids with dog-like faces, ivory horns, rat-like tails, yipping like small dogs, and smelling like wet dog. And they definitely had dog noses. Third edition basically was like, we're just gonna excise all these mammalian elements. Yeah, Aurak are the gold ones. Kopak, okay, there we go. Yeah, Boz is bronze. Kopak is copper. Bozak, no, Boz is brass, sorry. Bozak is bronze. Sivak is silver. Aurak is gold. Trog are, I can't remember, I believe they're brass failures, and there's another brass failure as well that I don't remember the name of. So basically, they were trying to perfect the ritual, and they got it wrong. They hadn't perfected the ritual when they made the Trogs and the other one. No. Gold, Aurax, and Bozax can use magic. Kopaks dissolve into a pool of acid when you kill them, and they can poison their blades with their tongues. Bozes turn to stone, potentially trapping your weapon when they die. Sivaks are their main magic. They're the only ones that can actually fly. Well, no. Aurax can fly as well, but they don't have wings. Sivaks can... no, actually, they can only glide, I think. Yeah, they can glide. But they're also... they have a natural shape change ability. When they kill someone, they can turn into that person. So they are infiltrators. And when you kill them, they turn into you, basically. It's not a big deal most of the time, really. And Aurax, when you kill them, they turn into a new form that is like a glowing light energy that can like unleash pulses of energy. And then they explode after a few rounds or if they take enough damage. You mean the silver one's not a rogue AI? Oh, you got something published in a Dragon magazine, Mr. Hrawl? Nice. Well, most of them with wings, I think, would be able to slow their fall, but they're, like you said, stone. I don't know what, like... Oh, you mean the brass ones, Boz. Oh, nice. I think I remember that article. Column detail element was originally designed as a functional component to join two LEGO Technic TM cross axles. So get that on there. Nice way of doing this, I think. Wonder what terror birds and terror bird eggs taste like? Well, they probably taste like chicken. Because most birds kind of taste like chicken. So remember the time in the original Baldur's Gate when you came across a kobold, a Tassel, and a Svart, making references a reference that was already old then? I mean, I'm like, Quest for Glory 3 has a Sanford and Son reference, so you know. Tasloi are kind of reptilian humanoids, small reptilian humanoids, and they introduce themselves as Larry, Daryl, and Daryl. Zvarts are another goblinoid that I think they're in between goblins and kobolds in the kind of goblinoid pecking order, if I remember correctly. Dinosaurs, the original white meat. Yeah, there you go. All right, spare parts. We got 1x1 cylinder tiles with top pegs in gray and brown. We've got 1x1 plates in brown and dark gray. 1x1 cylinder plates with hollow studs in brown and tan. Gray 1x1 round end tile. And a trans-orange candle flame. Tasloi are goblin-like as well, but not proper goblinoids. I'd have to go back and look at them. I've never used them. But I don't think, yeah, they're not described as goblinoids or goblinkin, whereas kobolds are. Well, I definitely didn't get that Larry, Daryl, and Daryl reference. I have never watched the Bob Newhart show. All right. Let's see. We are getting... Oh, come back here. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't use these pieces for the table legs. But in gold. Or that one. I didn't watch that one either. Whichever one it was, I didn't watch. Have I been to New Orleans? Once or twice. Not for a very long... Not for a significant length of time, though. Wait a second. Oops. Those are the ones that I want. I used the wrong ones. I only remember going once, but I may have gone when I was very young. I just don't remember it. A little bit too warm for me most of the time. Figuring out how to make Cyclops kin in 3.5 playable. Yeah, I would be hard pressed to make any of the larger ones. The 2E variety that's 7.5 feet tall. It's not too hard to make them playable. You just kind of base it off of ogres. Just asking because you're hoping to go in October when it should hopefully be cooler. It should be, yeah. Let's see, yes, we are using these. As far as the earlier comments on good Draconians, on one hand, they're sentient, so you'd say they have potential for any alignment, though they are made through corrupted magic. So, and again, like, originally they were also inhabited by the spirits of lawful evil fiends, which themselves do have free will to make choices, but it's also exceptionally rare. So not only, like, I think maybe later material changed it to make them actually biological, but they're basically immortal. Originally, they're immortal, and they, you know, they can just live forever unless they're killed, but they can't breed. And without good dragon eggs, they can't make more. And I think the process was also lost after the War of the Lance as well, but I'm not positive about that. Full-on Cyclopses and Hill Giants and Stowe Giants have stats for making them playable in 3-point. Oh, that's right, yeah, like, and Savage Species and stuff like that would do that. Still, like, Giants are getting where I think it's kind of outside of believability kind of thing. Apparently there was a hidden clutch of eggs that hatched into female Draconians that allowed the survivors of the various wars. Yeah, I don't... that's to me, is getting very far away from what they originally were. Because they, I don't think they were male specifically originally. Yeah, no, I know that they introduced female ones. I know about that. I don't like it. I think it's silly. Well, it's not really a retcon, because it happened, you know, with the advancing of the story, but it is, like, changing how they existed. If one can live forever, why would you want to make one make more of... Well, they can still be killed. They're immortal, but not invulnerable. Just talking more about Draconians and stuff. Well, they're not eternal beings. Like, I would consider a god more of an eternal being than a Draconian. They don't age. Like, they don't grow up. When you make a Draconian, you immediately have a soldier. That's the thing. So if they're essentially just biological robots for souls to inhabit, and planner spirits are generally locked into alignment despite sentience, in Planescape they're not. Of course, now you're getting into your Catholicism, where what separates man from angel is free will. Yeah, so, like, they're one of the more interesting little side bits in the Planescape books material is there is a dragon in one place that's not actually a dragon. It is basically just I think a Deva and or maybe an Archon, and a Tanari fell in love, and both sides want to murder them because they're essentially betraying both sides. But they fell in love and they fled. And I don't know that they're given specific alignments, but I would probably say that both of them have shifted more towards neutral because of that. And of course, you've got fallen Archons and stuff like that. You've got Archons who fall to chaos rather than evil and stuff like that. So, like, there is quite a bit of free will involved there. But still, like, 99% of your Draconians are going to be straight up lawful evil. Although I'm not even sure if they're all lawful evil. I don't know, but I have an easy solution for these things that I don't like. I don't play with them. There is a lot of D&D stuff that I genuinely think is best ignored. It makes the enjoyment for me of the game more better. Looks at the list of things All doesn't like in D&D. All of these things I use, I know. Well, I mean, and that is also one of the great things, is that everyone can have their own things, you know, and like their own things and stuff. Don't need a chronomancy book. You shut your mouth, Kinshir. I think the chronomancy book is fun, but also the thought of actually trying to play with that stuff is, oh god. Like, the headaches that you would have trying to incorporate all of that into a game. Pretty sure that happened in 3rd edition some point, Roval Jacks. Yeah, I mean, it's after the Chaos War stuff. Which I didn't really like anyway, either, so... Again, like, it kind of gets into the whole thing of, you don't need to keep having world-shattering catastrophes every 10 years. No worries, Zigastry. How's it going? I've got 2 more bags, so we're probably going to go a little bit late tonight. Luckily, it's tomorrow night that I need to go to bed early, not tonight. Well, there was also, like, Takhisis stealing Kryn and taking it elsewhere, and, like, I think some of that was, like, Weiss and Hickman being like, we don't like other people playing in our sandbox, and we're taking our toys away. Couple books before Dragons of Summer Flame introduced Urda into the stories. Well, like, we had Urda very early on, but didn't really have that much about them, and they weren't playing a big part. But yeah, like, they just got murdered off camera. I think Weiss and Hickman forgot that they were making game material. Like, I think they got obsessed with making, with the novels and stories they were telling. I mean, Margaret Weiss isn't a game designer, so... Okay, are we going with that? Yeah, all right, there we go. They weren't in the novels, no. They were in the, but they were in the game material. You get them in, I believe they're all the way back in Dragonlance Adventures. I believe they're in, I mean, they're definitely in the second edition Monstrous Compendium. Ivy Dragonlance material rolled back the timeline to whichever war had Verminar. That is the War of the Lands. That is the original. Oops. That is essentially going back to when the when Dragonlance came out, which I think is again dumb. Like, present the material. Like, you know, nothing wrong with presenting the material as. If you want to play in this period, that is fine. Here's how you do it. Like, that's all well and good. Like, that's actually good. Giving players and dungeon masters options and stuff like that. Nazunta were actually they're actually like Erda but evil, if I remember correctly. This conversation has you wondering how strict the community creators are on the Mystara setting. I mean, Mystara has been basically dead for years, officially, supported by fans. The Vaults of Pandius are the place that does all the fan work for it. Just in the official fiction, they suddenly get mentioned to almost immediately get murdered off. Yeah. Yeah. I think some of that was like, we're shaking things up kind of thing. Which I'm not a big fan of. Shake things up politically. Don't shake things up like, suddenly all of this playable race is now dead. Stuff from the 5e Dragonlance seems to be early in the War of the Lance. Yeah, I mean, it like, they specifically wanted you to be able to play at the time that it was designed to be played in, originally. Because people coming to D&D today, for the most part, don't know Dragonlance. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't like the idea of just being like, oh yeah, now suddenly we're just rolling back this and there's no explanation for it. Said community, that includes the fan? Oh, they mostly ignore that new stuff, I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, again, it depends on... I think the community is open enough that it's like, oh, you want to have Dragonborn in your Mystara campaign? Sure, go right ahead. We're not going to use it, but do whatever you want, kind of thing. You've told people if that they do use Dragonlance to not use Dragonborn? Yeah. That's a pretty solid recommendation there, I think. What exactly are the blue pieces for? They're just hinges. It's keeping a wedge plates together. They're going to be hidden. No problem. Goes to make a Moon Sorcerer because he knows it irks Alden the Brainbrick. I mean, it doesn't bother me. Play the way you want. I mean, I have opinions that if you say, how would you do this, then I will give them. But if you're like, I'm going to go do this. All right, I don't know. No sweat off my back. I don't care. Do what you want. And even if it's like, if you were to say to me, what deities, what monstrous deities would be most appropriate for a Moon Sorcerer, I would say, all right, what exactly is a Moon Sorcerer? You would describe it, and then I would be like, okay, these deities. I'm not going to use that, but if you want to do that and you want some help, I am perfectly happy to help you. Like, I do this on like, 2nd edition forums and stuff like that. People will be like, I want to do this thing, and I'll be like, yeah, that's not something that I use, but here is how I would do it if I were going to, kind of thing. Like, if you enjoy a different game than I do, that doesn't harm me in any way. Deities for the Moon Sorcerers in Dragonlance, which is the book that introduces them, points like a disappointed teacher at the moons. Okay, well, I didn't know it was Dragonlance. I don't know. Do they have the black robes, red robes, and white robes? Or is that the Moon Sorcerers? They printed the class in a way that is setting agnostic. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, again, you say, like, I want to do this thing. Can you help me? I'll be like, yeah, I'll help as much as I can. All right. Okay, spare parts. We got a telescope railing banister piece in white, 3L bar in gray, gray 1x1 pyramid peak slope, white 1x1 tile slope, white 1x1 tile, sand green and white 1x1 cylinder plates, black 1x1 quarter cylinder tile, and white pneumatic T. They still have the towers, but as feats versus actual classes. How do they, I mean, I guess, like, that can be okay. I don't, like... But are they aligned? Like, do you have to be neutral to be a red robe mage? Do you have to be evil to be a black robe mage kind of thing? Or did they get rid of those alignment restrictions? Because I feel like they would get rid of those alignment restrictions. Which I feel like defeats the purpose. Dragonlance is extremely good versus evil. Kind of got rid of alignment restrictions in 5e. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I that's why I was asking, because I know that they did. But that is something where I think it makes sense to do that. To keep it, I mean. Obviously, it needs Langmar caster rules. Shh, Kincher. Langmar caster rules? So, Langmar is a low magic setting. Second edition spellcasting has a line casting time. So, like, if a spell has a casting time of 1, that means that you add a 1 to your initiative. So if you roll 1d10 plus 1. That is your initiative. That is when your spell goes off. Lankhmar casting rules. That number is the number of rounds it takes to cast the spell. So if you want to cast Fireball, you're going to be casting that spell for 3 rounds. Let's see, where is this going? That is there. Okay, good. Did not realize there was background music. It is pretty. It might be pretty quiet. I can bump up the volume a little. Yeah, I haven't read any of the novels. I have looked at some of the AD&D material, and like Lankhmar was in all of the well, is it in the second edition? Yeah, it is in the second edition, I think. It's in the Legends and Lore, Deities and Demigods books, so that has some interesting information, along with some monsters and stuff like that. So I got, like, some things from it, but not a whole lot of the story from it. Yeah, it's very much in the vein of the Conan novels as well. Without the spellcasting rule where you need to roll to successfully cast it. If there's that, I don't know about it. I know specifically that the casting time is different. It does have an interesting dual class mechanic. It has, like, basically later editions dual class mechanic of you can decide what you're leveling up kind of thing. All right. So this goes, I need to get that a little bit more. There we go. That goes right in there. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of 5e Dragonlance is to play the War of the Lance. Did I get Grond? Yes, I did get Grond. Grond is out of my range of holding, though, grabbing, so I can't show him. But I did get Grond. It's not Peak Smasher, though. You think there should be a skill check to cast, just like the fighter has a skill check to hit? Most spells have either a saving throw, which is similar to a roll to hit, or they need a roll to hit. Or they affect yourself, in which case they are automatic. Because, if you wanted to hit yourself with a sword, you wouldn't need to roll. So if you had a roll to hit or a check, then you're basically either making 2 checks required for most spells, either a check to cast a spell, then a check to hit, or a check to cast a spell and a saving throw, which warriors only need to roll once. And also, when you're high level, most spells are not going to work because of saving throws anyway. But are they like sausages, Bahamut? Sausages. I'm just very annoyed at Mageaboos like Monty Cook. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but... The War of the Lance is probably the most well-known conflict in all of Dragonlance. Well, yeah, no, it is. It is the defining conflict of Dragonlance. And again, like... My issue is retcons. My issue isn't that you can play at that time period. I think that 5th edition, like, Forgotten Realms should be like, here's how to play back before the Time of Troubles. Here's how to play after the Time of Troubles. Here's how to play after the Second Sundering, blah, blah, blah. You know, all of that stuff. Give people a whole lot of options on what you play. That allows for a lot more play that can very easily ignore elements that you don't like, kind of thing. And I think they should have done the same thing with Dragonlance rather than just reboot the setting. Rocket tag problem, the two casters are tossing save or die spells, waiting for one of them to fail that save. Yeah. I mean, there are spells that don't have saves, high-level spells, like Power Word Kill does not have a save. But it doesn't affect everyone. Like, you have to have low enough hit points. This reminds me that a book you need to figure out how this here EverQuest TTRPG book works. It's printed in a way that works with 3.5, but still has that EverQuest 1 feel to it, which harkens to 2E D&D. So that's going to be a fun thing to grasp. Yeah. Good luck. I know zero about EverQuest. Monty Cook had a big hand in 3.5, and he wanked out casters because he loves casters so much, maybe even biblically. Okay, I don't find it useful to kind of say those kinds of things about people when I don't know them, so... I have nothing against Monty Cook. I don't know the guy. He did some 2nd edition stuff that, as far as I recall, was fine. It has Canid Kobolds. Yay! Can't help but feel like people will just resort to want to play before the Time of Troubles, play this version of D&D then instead. Well, I mean, that's what you have now. I mean, you could still play before the Time of Troubles with 5e if you want. You just need to do a lot of conversions and stuff like that. And I think that they should take a lot of that load off of the DM's shoulders. Best way to play around the Time of Troubles in Forgotten Realms with 5e, no Dragonborn. But again, like, you can just put in Dragonborn if you want. Since that's kind of how a lot of it happened anyway. They just kind of put the stuff there, for the most part. Alright, let's get these false columns on. But one of the issues is that, like, if you get 5e Spelljammer, but you want to supplement it with 2E Spelljammer material, and especially if you don't know the details of what happened between the two, then you're gonna get the 2E Spelljammer, and you're gonna be very confused by a lot of things in it, kind of thing. And you're gonna be, you're kind of left high and dry in terms of, what is the why is Brawl in 5E the exact same as Brawl in 2E, yet the Forgotten Realms has advanced time? Why is Dragonlance back to its time, its starting time period, despite the setting, despite Forgotten Realms advancing, kind of thing? Now you're left with, how do I explain these things? What do I do here? And I feel like these are the kinds of things that a game company should be putting into their products. All right, spare parts. White 1x1 plate, black 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. Like, when you retcon things, it makes it difficult to use older published material, and I don't think that's a very good idea. All right. So, bag 39. This will be the final bag for the night. You want material to play the third Dragon War and pre-Cataclysm Kryn? I mean, there is information about pre-Cataclysm Kryn in the second edition material. Not specifically for playing there, but not that much changed. So, you've got the priests, you've got the Knights of Solamnia and stuff like that, so... Like, that's all long after the Grey Gem, and the Grey Gem, like, before the Grey Gem is where you're really gonna you'd really have to change, like, rules and stuff. Right, but that's not a rules change. That's what I mean. Have I read Dungeon Crawler Carl? No, I don't know what that is. I have not heard of that. Like, if it's a modern TTRPG related thing, I wouldn't really have much interest, because I still play 2nd edition, AD&D 2nd edition, so... That goes right there. Very D&D inspired. Ah, but what D&D? That is the question. You recall a scene in one of the novels where they ask Tasselhoff how old his map is when they realize the city is no longer next to an ocean? Yeah, Tarsus. That's a pretty old map. It's a pretty old map. That strained my belief a little bit, because 300 years it may not be enough time for you to, like, you may not have a new map, but I think people in that city would have started trading with other people within that 300 years, and you would know along the road that the city you're going to is not on the ocean anymore. Dungeon Crawler Carl started off as a book series, and it got games made for it. Now there's a show in the works. Dang. Well, good for them. Yeah, I mean, it went from seashore to desert. I don't know where they get their water from, but I haven't like looked into any of this in a while anyway, so. There is a lot of stuff in Dragonlance that, when you really start thinking about it, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it's one of the reasons why I have less interest in playing in it. I also think that they didn't do a very good job of setting it up as a place to play the game in. Steal is money, yes. That is a big one. That is a big one. I have had people argue in its favor, and the arguments are always not very good. Because it's not, there is no good argument for it. Well, okay, let me rephrase. There is no good argument other than people being illogical, which that is what I go with. People aren't doing something logically. That's fine. It's perfectly fine. I don't think it would last very long, though. There are vast stretches that just seem empty, that seem to be empty because the authors didn't have the main characters go there. That's part of it, and that stuff should have been filled out in the game material. They need to also, like, everything was about the War of the Lance, and they needed to have more. You needed to have more side story stuff, other things to do, and that was just really lacking in the material. Which, one of the reasons why, like, if I was going to play a Dragonlance game right now, I would probably play Enceladus, because that was actually set up specifically for that, as opposed to with novels in mind, or as a novel extension. Oops. Like a random boat crewed by Kuotoa. Okay, the Gold Box games, that one in particular, they have other separate problems. That is a separate problem. I mean, I do, like, the first game, I actually think is a really well done War of the Lance related adventure. Yes, because it's bad side content. Like, there should have been, like, there were little bits about ruins and stuff like that, and you got little, like, hints of ruins and stuff like that, and I forgot to get a whole, oh man, I'm screwed up a whole lot here. I forgot a whole layer of pieces. Sorry, I got distracted now. What was I going to say? Yeah, so, like, you need to seed the setting with more stuff that makes you as a dungeon master and you as a player to be like, ooh, what's over that hill? What is going on with these ruins? And there isn't a lot of that. And because everything is so tied to the War of the Lance, like, that's why you do get stuff like Champions of Krynn, Death Knights of Krynn, and Dark Queen of Krynn. All of that is ultimately tied to the overall structure of the War of the Lance. I mean, like, you can have some emptiness so long as you put some seeds there that make a dungeon master be like, oh, I could do this with this area. There wasn't a whole lot of that in Dragonlance. Palladus seems more fitting for adventures. Isn't that also where the Spelljammer ports are, too? Well, Palanthus is a Spelljamming port, too, but Christophon is definitely the bigger one, but there's also, like, an actual empire there, so... There we go. Nice little, kind of Greek temple there. Right, that's the problem. The lack of seeds. Lack of story ideas. That is the problem. Emptiness is fine as long as they inspire a dungeon master to put things there. Sword blades are recolored here in white, provide elegant balustrade supports. I think these might be the Dark Blade piece, but I'm not positive. I haven't gotten any of those. Like, being able to see the big changes to the continent is kind of important for understanding the setting, or what they were going for in the setting. But you do need to have things there. Like, if they just put some ruins there and had 2-sentence descriptions of what the ruins were, you know, this was an ancient city, you know, this was a pre-cataclysm city of this nation, and it was known for having a tower of high sorcery, and they buried their dead kings in mausoleums, or, you know, like, you have a few sentences about that then gets a dungeon master to create stuff for that, for their setting, for their campaign. You can't make a game world like a world for a novel. I mean, you can, you just need to put other things in it. There's nothing wrong with having novels for a setting, or starting out the setting as a series of books or something like that. Like, I think that the Wheel of Time, the world of the Wheel of Time, would make a better game setting than the War of the Lance in part because the world building has a lot of extra stuff. There's a lot more surrounding it. Part of that is just like Robert Jordan's wordiness. But you get a much better feel for what is all going on in the various areas than you do in Dragonlance, because everything there is surrounded with this one war that basically kicks off in the first book and ends at the third book. Whereas you don't really get a big war in the Wheel of Time, so there's a lot more like political stuff. You get a better feel for the cities and things like that. It helps that the people are much more split up in that and stuff like that. But so you could do that. You just need to put more stuff into the game material. Alright, so spare parts. We got a white lightsaber hilt and a white sword blade, which I think this is the dark saber blade from Mandalorian or something like that. So you can have a sword like that. But white lightsaber hilt and a white sword blade, white 1x1 plate, beige 1x1 cylinder plate, and a brown 1x1 cylinder tile with top peg. Yeah, Champions of Krynn is post-war. Okay, so bag number 40, that will be starting on Friday. Here's what we have so far. And we get to see into what I think is Theoden's room, but I'm not positive. But we'll get to more stuff there. This is going to go on top of that, but it doesn't go on yet. But I'm still going to put it up there for the moment. Because before we wrap up the stream, we've got some minifigs to do. I will not be able to put the whole thing on camera, no. Alright, Series 7 to start off with. Alright, D6. 6, so we're going over here. 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Haha. Okay, I need to roll again. Hold on. 15. Alright, last one. Alright, let's go ahead and start a prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Get your predictions in. Let me go ahead and roll my die to predict. 9. That would be the Tennis Pro. There we go. So let's see. We got 9 for Shield of Hope as well. The tennis guy. 12 for Nadarogai. That would be the nerd, the computer guy. 7 for Bahamut. That would be the Evil Knievel. One thing 5e Dragonlance books didn't make, Gully Dwarves. Also the Dark Dwarves, but you feel like they'd use the Mountain Dwarf rules for over anything. I'm not terribly surprised at the no Gully Dwarves. I will say that, it's very easy to make most of the other dwarves. You can just use Duergar for one group. You can use Mountain Dwarves for another group. Hill Dwarves for another group. Darrow for another group. And then you got to make like 1 or 2 others, and that's it. Mr. Hall going for 4. That would be the Bride, which we have not gotten yet. I don't remember any of their names. I mean, like, I remember their names, but I don't remember which ones are which. Thewar is one, yeah, but... First guess is a Minotaur Tooth Straightening Braces Maker. I've never quite heard it phrased that way. A Leonin Paladin riding a giant horse. Playing the other card. Alright, we got a few seconds remaining. Get your predictions in. Can I guess what is inside the minifig? pack. Make sure my timer is ready. You'd use Duergar for the Dark Dwarves. Well, but, like, there's multiple. There aren't just Dark Dwarves. There's Thewar, there's Zakar, there's Hylar, there's Nadar, and there's, like, at least one or two others that I can't remember. I don't remember which ones are which, though. All right, predictions are closed. All right, and go. All right, we got a large piece here. Is that? I think this might be the shoulder, though. Yeah, that is. All right. All right, 11.76. We have another one of these guys here. I thought with the size of the bag, it might have been Neptune, but no. We have the Space Bounty Hunter guy. That is my guess. A gift cannon sales gif. All right, that is indeed correct. All right, so that was 11.76. Let's choose the outcome. Within 20 seconds, complete that prediction. All right, Kinshir getting all the hams. Very nice. Just kind of doubled your ham take. Lord Canis going for 20 to 50. Lil Bunny going for 50 to 60. And Bahamut going for no. Nom 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 nom. Rigged. I mean, I could have felt these all up first, but that's why I roll the dice. Okay, so I think we had the heads-up display before, so we'll get the visorless face here. There we go. I don't know if that's supposed to be a futuristic eye patch or if that is some sort of, like, targeting thing on his eye. He doesn't have it on the other face. He does have a targeting reticle over the eye. So I don't know exactly what that's supposed to be. But he is classic space. So it might be space security, it might be space bounty hunter. I don't know. But whatever it is prefixed with space. All right. So there we go. Sci-fi tough guy. Yeah, I guess that works too. No, actually, he can't be a sci-fi tough guy. He has to be a space tough guy. You gotta have space in there. Otherwise, it's not, it's not space. Like, sci-fi could just be on the ground, And he's obviously in space. It's like Moon 02, where you've got Moonopoly, you've got moon credits, you got moon boots. A space marine? Nah, I've never heard of anything like that. Right, it would probably help if I got the set out before I roll to see what we're pulling out. All right, D6, 2. So we're going over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I need a D10. An alien kid truant officer? There you go. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But he has to be a space truant officer. That's what it is. Has to be space. You got to have space in there somehow. If it's not moon, then it's space. All right, let's start our prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig pack? Get your predictions in. Go ahead and snooze the ad, since we are very close. Let's go ahead and roll my D20. 12. I'm going to re-roll because I don't think there are any more of the colonial soldiers left. 20. Roll again. Man, that could have been a critical hit for a Vrock. All right. That's the painter. All right, so we got 5 for Bahamut. That would be the the Native American Brave. 1 for Not a Rogue AI, that would be the Library Lady. 7 for Shield of Hope, that would be the Bee Girl. Guest 2 is a Minotaur Cable Wire Craftar. With the parents of the Argon child Susie, please report to the casino deck. Exactly. A Leonin Space Marine Heretic. I don't know what it is with Space Marines. They don't exist. There are no Marines in space. There's no ocean in space. They can't be Marines. I kid. Also, let me get onto that part, and we'll get ready for Series 29 next. Yes, I did move it into an appropriate place. Good. You don't think Brock battles Pokemon, though? I don't know what that means. I mean, I know Brock and I know Pokemon, but I don't know... I am not processing that sentence at all. Space is like an ocean? I don't know. I don't know. That's like saying you could have a submarine movie in space. Shh. That's not possible. All right, Mr. Hall going for 9. That would be the paintballer. Space is an ocean of vacuums. It's a lot of Hoovers. It's a lot of Hoovers. So that I could have been a critical hit for a Vrock. That sounds like Brock. Oh. I mean, in some languages, I suppose. All right, so predictions are closed. Timer's all ready. Move my... Actually, no. Leave the die there. And go. What do we got? Something big. Something big. Is this... I don't think it's the Medusa, though. Ooh. Is that what I think it is? It is. All right, 14.46. We have the Sea Captain, which is the first one we've gotten. I felt the seagull. Felt the seagull. Filthy, filthy seagull. I love Lego seagulls. I hate real seagulls. Come back here, head. All right, it is the Captain. This was another large, it seemed kind of puffy, so I thought that there was a chance for it to be the Medusa, but that is the first one there. Okay, I think that's the last one we needed, yeah. We have gotten everything else. Okay, we did not get 2 Medusas, but that is the final one, so we are going to be starting a new set on Friday. Oh yeah, I need to choose the outcome. That was within 20 seconds. Complete that prediction. Who's getting all the hams? Bahamut getting all the hams. Very nice. Kinshir and Mr. Hall going for 20 to 50 seconds. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60, and Lel Bunny going for no. He is indeed a man of the sea. Yeah, it'll be a new set. I'm not sure which one yet. It will kind of depend on where my sheets are and which one I grab. There they are. All right, let's zoom in on our crusty sea captain. There we go. I love the hat. The hat is great. We got the seagull. We've gotten seagulls in other sets, though, since this one. Nothing on the back, but a nice torso, sweater, and jacket. I like that. I like that. If I still had him around, this would be fun to compare to the sea captain costume guy, which was pretty nice. I think he had a different hat, though. This is a nice hat. Is this dual molded? This is... I don't think this is dual molded. I think that's just printed. There we go. But very, very nice. All right. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. Okay, so... Series 10 is done. We did not find a Mr. Gold. Sadness. Sadness. Where am I putting this? I am putting this up here for now. All right. Now, the final set for the night. Let's go ahead and pick one out. All right. So, a new, fresh set. Mr. Gold was inside of us all along? I don't think so. All right, 3, so we're going over there. And like I said, like with the previous ones, once we get 6 of the 12, then we take out whatever is here. I set them aside, and then we move on to the bottom register, because generally, they're getting a little bit more random than that these days, but generally there are 6 on top and 6 on the bottom. Sometimes there's like one swap around of that, but all right, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, I should probably set this aside. There we go. Okay. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? Get your predictions in. So I will roll a d12. Well, first I will shake it and make a guess. Then I will roll a d12. Then I will weigh it. And then we will scan it and see what we have inside. Let me get my scanner app up. Let's see. We've got 8 for Bahamut. That would be the Tubaist. 4 for Nadarogai. That would be the Steampunk Lady. There we go. 6 for Shield of Hope. That would be the Garbage Monster. Last guess is a Minotaur Craftar of wire holders for construction sites. Eight for Mr. Hall. That would also be the Tubaist. Elianin Barkeep of a 5-star tavern. A Quickling Courier. Oh, a leak of the of a minifigure from the upcoming Downton Abbey Lego set is out. All right, interesting. All right, still have a few seconds. Get your predictions in. I will shake it. I will roll a die. I will weigh it. We have the weights. I don't know if these are going to be off like the last set or not. So that will be that'll be fun. All right. And predictions are closed. All right, first, let's shake it. All right, I'm definitely hearing some small pieces, but not too many. All right. I am going to say that it is the Garbage Monster. So that is my guess. 7, so that is predicting the Chocolatier. Now let's weigh it. All right, 19.55. Ooh, okay. I should have gone with my first gut. It is the Steampunk Lady. That is what the weight is indicating. And I was like, not a lot of pieces. Not a lot of pieces. But I should have gone with my gut. Yep, Monster Hunter. It's a Steampunk Lady. Let's go ahead and open it to verify. It is indeed. All right. Huh, I don't actually know what's in there. All right, so let's choose the outcome. That is yes with weight. Complete the prediction. So that's indicating to me that these are going to be pretty good on target weight-wise. I just noticed an error I made in my image as well. Anyway. Let's see. All right, Shield of Hope and Lord Canis getting all the hams. A very, very nice 15K each. That's pretty good. Bahamut and Mr. Hurl going for yes with guess. Kinshir going for yes with die roll. Lel Bunny going for no. But it goes to Shield of Hope and Lord Canis. All right. So let's go ahead and... Oh, I know what this is. Okay. Yeah, it's a skirt. Yeah, this is number 4. Yeah, let's make her happy. Why not? Oh yeah, I need to get this on. Easy come, easy go, indeed. It's just the ham distribution network, that's all. There we go. I believe this hair piece is originally from the Friends line. I don't know if it had dark red hair or not. But she does have a new weapon, which is pretty neat. All right, spare part, 1 trans-orange candle flame piece. Let's get that to the side so we can see more of her torso and everything. And zoom on in. There we go. Sketch artist for your wanted poster is awful. I think that's the vampire lady that was in the haunted house recently. Either that or it's the vampire lady from an older, like, Monster Hunters set or something like that. I'm not positive. I would have to, like, go look at them closely. But it's pretty cool to have that as a callback. And the wanted poster. That's kind of fun. See, she's got some, like, vials strapped to her shoulder. Some armor. Get a good look at the alternate face and her back torso. And the weapon, which is pretty neat. All right. So this is a pretty neat minifig. I like it. All the last D&D query: can tieflings have prehensile tails? I don't think so. I mean, they might have tails that can, like, that they can use to attack, but I don't know if they can be prehensile in terms of, like, holding things. All right. So, that is going to wrap us up for tonight. That was our very first minifig from Series 29. Next week, or not next week, on Friday, we will continue with our Minas Tirith build. And we will have not only this set, but we will have another new set as well, and I will have to figure out which one that will be. She looks like she could take on the Space Truant Officer. I don't know. He has a he's like a laser pistol and an armor and stuff. So I don't know. It was a nice visit. You're welcome. I hope you will be back. But that is going to wrap us up for tonight. We'll be back on Friday to continue our builds. We'll be back on Saturday for some more Spelljammer. Then I will be raiding into Zerfall's charity stream. If you can come out to that, that would be wonderful. Cheering us on or donating if you can. And if you can't, cheering us on is very, very good. We will be going for 12 hours, although he's starting it at 2 p.m. today, which is during my Spelljammer stream, so I will only be there for 10 hours. But please do show up. We'll have lots of fun games. There's always game keys to give out as well, and it's a lot of fun. I look forward to it every year, and it's a great thing to support for the MS Society of Canada, looking for cures and treatments for multiple sclerosis, which I did have an aunt pass away from that many years ago. So that's not only is it a fun time for me, it is also an important cause. All right, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight. We will be back on Friday. See you then, everyone.